square foot, with a maximum of 5,000 square feet for commercial and 1,000 square feet for residential. This is a partnership program with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. They contribute $2 per square foot. They actually just received a grant that may increase that to an additional, with a maximum of 5,000 square feet for commercial. Oh, wow. Oh, that was me. Okay. I was like, wow, that voice sounds familiar. So, that's so weird. I was like.
Double the message. It's okay. It's all right.
So right now, Met offers $2 per square feet. They just received a grant that may increase that to $3 per square foot. Western right now is also adding a $3 incentive to that. So right now, customers can receive up to $5 per square foot, and we want to maintain that incentive. Next slide, please. So this is the funding request in front of you. We're looking for $125,000 to support the commercial landscape pilot program. We're looking for $300,000 to support an enhancement to the commercial turf replacement rebate program, and an additional $300,000 for the residential turf replacement rebate program. These funds are all coming from our conservation fund that is basically built by those tier 3, tier 4 rates. So when we build out our rate tiers, we focus on what can we do programmatically within tiers 3 and tier 4 to bring our customers back into budget. So those are the funds that are being used to support these programs. Next slide, please. And in front of you are the recommendations for today, where we are asking you to approve an increase in the board-adopted biennial operating budget for the fiscal year 2022-2023 in the amount of $725,000 to fund a $125,000 pilot program, fund a $300,000 increase to the existing retail customer commercial turf replacement rebate program, and fund a $300,000 increase for the existing retail customer residential turf replacement rebate program. Next slide, please. And that is the conclusion of my presentation, and I am happy to answer whatever questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, do we have anybody wishing to comment on this item?
I see no request to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Bring it back up to the board for any questions or comments.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Back on page 6 of the presentation, the benefits, toward the very end, I think I heard you say that we're working to replicate this throughout our retail agencies, and I wasn't sure what that meant.
Yeah, one of those things that we really want to do is we want to make sure that our residential customers are taking advantage of these, our commercial customers are taking advantage of these, but that across the board, we're building programs that can be replicated by agencies like JCSD, RCSD, Rancho, Elsinore. That's the goal, is that it's a scalable, replicable program.
Okay, that's what I was hoping you were going to say.
Director, I would also add that when we have our regional water managers meetings, we have a drought update and outreach section. And so we share with all the managers from all the retail agencies everything that Sarah and Michelle are doing and Grace are doing, so that they can utilize all those materials and customize them for their own agency if they don't like the way we specifically said it. But we're trying to be very careful that we make materials that are usable by everybody.
Great, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Director Gardner.
Just a comment. I'm glad to see us put the dollar limits on the projects. You may remember, Michelle, in the city of Riverside, RPU had a similar set of programs, and 2 times one major project sucked up essentially all the money. They're great projects, they're very visible, but it did take all the money, and it did not spread as we intend ours to do, and I think we are taking a better approach. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I have a quick
Okay,
question.
go ahead.
So it says increase funding for retail customer rate programs in the amount of $725,000. What would be the total then that we're increasing it to?
So right now, the current budget sits at about $100,000 for these rebate programs.
Okay.
That's something that we put in the budget every single year. Because of drought, we've seen an increased need for support of our customers. So it would be increasing it from about $100,000 to $825,000.
$825,000.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Just a quick one. I just looked through the letter and it didn't make that clear. So if we can include that next time, or in an amendment, I think that would be,
Okay, to let you know what we're increasing it from?
what would be the total cost of this program?
Oh, got it, okay.
Yeah.
Director Torres, if I can just direct your attention to slide 9 in the packet, we do have a table that breaks that down for you, so you can see what you're approving. If you were to approve today, it would include those budgeted funds for the pilot program, the rebates, and then that enhancement program. So you can see what each one would add to that budget. Again, that's slide 9, agenda page 474.
Right, it shows what everything is allocated to, but doesn't, I just can't, I don't see where it says that the total program would be 825,000. Just to make things a little more clear. I was like, it's increasing to what?
Okay, just a couple of questions and a comment. I'll make my comment first. So I have to say I love that it grinds your gears, okay? Only because that speaks to your passion about this and how you're going to follow through with the program and how you really message that forward to our customers, right? That's really important because we're vested into this process and we really want to have our staff be passionate about that. So thank you for that. I'm glad that it does. I asked this question when we discussed this in committee, so I want to talk about if you could touch on some signage that's going to be put in play for this, because when we partner with all of these groups, I want to make sure that Western is getting some kind of credit out there to say we're really partnering and we really are investing in the community with this program.
Absolutely. So part of that MOU will identify signage opportunities. And it's going to be as simple as once we get that partnership in place, it's plastic stake sign that you guys are all familiar with them. They go in the ground and it would just be a quick display of, hey, this is a partnership between Western, this is why you're seeing this grass go brown. As the project escalates, I imagine depending on the size, there may be opportunities for larger signage, interpretive signage, so people know what they're looking at, how they can go back to the Landscapes with Style guide. So that's where we'll pull in our communications team and really make sure that we are fully utilizing the space that we have in the partnerships to make sure people, number one, know it's a partnership with Western. Number two, know why we've done this, because that's one of the biggest things is we want the residential customers and other business customers to be driving throughout the community, see these examples and go, wow, that really is beautiful. Wow, this could be easy. So those are some of the barriers that we're seeing, so we want to make sure we address those. And yes, they will be addressed through signage, for sure.
Great. And then are we planning on doing any videos to post up on our website or put up on our social media accounts or anything? And I'll tell you why, because it was funny when you said grind my gears, what it took me to. Work with me here for a second. So it reminded me completely when we're talking about non-functional turf, the perfect opportunity would be to grab a video clip of the original Transformers movie where it talked about the dad telling everybody to stay on the path. You put prints on my grass. If you guys recall that in that movie, right? Because that's really what it's about. And how the dad made a big, huge point about don't put prints on my grass. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about that kind of non-functional turf where stay on the path. So that's why I say it might be interesting to be able to put that up, to just do, a visual, and some people might grab that and understand it better of what we're actually meaning by non-functional turf.
Okay.
And get that descriptor out there, because I think it kind of clearly puts it out.
Absolutely. We will definitely give that some thought. I think it's a great idea.
Just a thought. It's something that just kind of grabbed me when you were talking about that, so.
Thank you.
Because I think it's really important. People need to understand, yeah, it's something that you literally are stuck mowing once or twice a week, whatever you do for maintenance on that. It's not designed for where you're recreating, where you are relaxing and doing your home environment, if you're providing it for your children, your pets, those types of things. It's simply for what you're turning the sprinklers on and what you're having to mow and fertilize and pay money for, and not much else. So there's other options out there. So thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, and seeing no other comments, looking for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve from Director Risby and a second from Director Torres. We'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Rizzi?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
President Dinstat?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Miller, moving on to 7B.
All
I
right,
think we have some visitors in the audience as well.
We do. Item 7B is to approve a budget amendment for our construction inspection services. So this is for consultants that we utilize to do plan check and help support our development. And as we've talked to the board before, that the pandemic did not slow down development. And so coming back to the board to get more money shows that we're busy and we're developing things. So with that, we presented this to the engineering committee. Derek will be presenting it for us today. Derek?
Great. Good morning, directors.
Good morning.
The last one was about grinding gears. This is more about nuts and bolts. Construction inspections have been going strong. So we need to extend the construction inspection contracts to keep up. When Western does construction inspection, it's primarily to support the development economy, which is still doing well. We have seen a 40% increase in revenues from the development deposits, and we expect a similar increase in this year. Now, development deposits are given to us in order to pay for the services that we render when construction is going on. Typically, that's inspection. So the developer will deposit with us a certain amount of money. We will use that to pay our inspectors. We use contract inspectors. We don't have any in-house inspectors, so we use consultants that help us with doing those inspections. And those are all paid for by development deposits and capital-funded projects. A small portion is paid from Western's reserves due to obligations to inspect other agency work when they impact our infrastructure. For instance, if there's a grade separation project going and it affects our pipelines, we still have to inspect that work. So we use those contracts for that. As a result of the increase in activity, we are requesting $400,000 extension of each of our 4 existing construction inspection contracts. If for any reason the inspection work is not needed at this level, Western will not pay for beyond what is needed. The issue is that we have to have sufficient authorization on each of these contracts so that we do not hold up construction work. The construction work keeps going. We have to be out there to inspect it whenever they call for us. So we do have in the audience a couple of the representatives from the firms. I want to call out Christian Riddell, he and Tim Manning. And they're from Left Coast Consultants, otherwise known as Golden State. We also have in the audience Chuck Krieger of Krieger and Stewart. And they do great inspection work for us as well. On the Zoom call, we have George Litzenzer of Dudek, and we have Paul Muchel from Valley Construction. So Valley Construction Management. So they're available to introduce themselves and answer any questions, as well as I am happy to answer any questions about this item.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and move to public comment. Is there any member joining us today who wishes to comment on this item?
I see no request to speak at this time, Director
Okay.
Dinstat.
I'm going to go ahead and ask any of the gentlemen here visiting today or on Zoom platform on subject matter if they'd like to make any comment to the board before we continue with discussion. Mr. Krieger.
Mr. Krieger, Chuck Krieger, thank you very much, President of Krieger and Stewart. I would like to tell you all how much we appreciate the confidence that the Western Municipal Water District continues to have in Krieger and Stewart, particularly in the construction inspection support part. When I go back today, I'm going to tell the staff members assigned to Western that you all extended our agreement. And he's going to be so proud because it means so much to him to be a part of the Western team, to work towards successful implementation of development projects, to get your customers into position so they're in business, which means that, you know, you're making better business. And that's really what is so great about these kind of arrangements. So thanks again. We're happy to be of service to the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today and taking the time out to come and speak with us because we have appreciated our relationship for many, many years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll just do it from here. I got a loud voice. No, we just appreciate this opportunity. We've been doing inspections with Western for 13 years now. So we appreciate the relationship and we thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. We
And that was-
appreciate you coming.
That was Chuck Riddell.
Thank you. And anyone joining us on Zoom
I'm sorry,
today?
I'm sorry, that's Christian Roman. Why did I say that? That was Christian Roman. Christian Riddell, yes.
Anybody on Zoom wishing to make a comment on this item?
I see no requests.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead. Is there any questions or comments from members of the board?
Madam President, one thing that I think bears making clear for any member of the public who is watching this or may watch it in the future, these costs are paid for by the development. They are not a cost that is passed on to our ratepayers. So it's another example of development pays its own way when they add something that requires Western service. They do similar with other utilities as well. But that's always been a question for some people is, am I paying for somebody else's benefit and you're not paying for this? And with that, I would move approval.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion and a second to go ahead and approve this item. Madam Secretary, if we could go ahead and call for the vote.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Risby?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
President Dinstedt?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate it, and we appreciate our partnership. So thanks for taking care of all of our servicing needs out there. Okay, moving right along. We'll move on to 7C on our agenda.
All right, thank you. Item 7C is the adoption of a new ordinance. As we've been working through a review of our code sections, this is the continuation of that effort. So I'll turn it over to Jeff Ballinger so he can present this to the board.
Good morning, Madam President, and members of the board. As Mr. Miller indicated, this is the possibly last portion of bringing forward agenda items and possible revisions to our ordinances dealing with board and staff policies that the ad hoc subcommittee has been working on the last few months. There are really 4 items that are before you. As the board will recall, we started out with about 13 different topics, and we're down to 4. The first one relates to the general manager's authority to settle claims, deny claims. The California Government Code authorizes local agencies to delegate to their staff the authority to resolve claims that are required to be filed with the agency before a lawsuit is filed. And that delegation can be up to $50,000. Currently, our code provides that staff is authorized to resolve claims up to $10,000. And so the committee looked at this and is recommending that the board revise this policy to authorize the amount to be $50,000, which is in line with the state government code. As part of that, the committee is also recommending that we include language that will provide that staff will give regular updates to the board as to claims resolutions, either denials or acceptances, just so that the board is kept in the loop and the public is aware of what claims are being resolved and in what amounts. The second policy has to do with general manager contracting authority. We've got 2 different chapters in our code. One deals with general manager, one deals with board. Under the board section, we have some kind of duplicative language that is already contained in the general manager section dealing with this general manager's authority to contract and procure services and supplies and whatnot. And so we're recommending, the committee's recommending that we simply remove the language from the board chapter since it's already dealt with in the other chapter dealing with general manager. Sometimes you run the risk, if you have duplicative language, you run the risk of having it conflict, and so we're recommending that it be removed and kept just in one place. The third section has to do with the board's ethics policy. Currently, violations or perceived violations of the board's ethics policy by a board member go to the board president for possible referral to the board. At the July meeting, we brought forward some proposed language to address the situation when there's a perceived or alleged violation of our ethics policy by the board president. And what we were recommending, what the committee and legal counsel were recommending, is that we make that language consistent with another section in our code so that perceived violations by the board president would go to the vice president. The board held off on taking action on that language and recommended that the committee look at possibly having that language say that perceived violations would go to the legal counsel. So the committee looked at it after that board meeting. There wasn't consensus on the part of the committee. Some on the committee felt that perceived violations should go to legal counsel. Others on the committee felt that perceived violations should go to legal counsel. And so there was a difference of opinion, so we're bringing it forward for resolution by the board. As you will see in the draft ordinance that's before you, the language provides that perceived violations by the board president would go to the vice president in consultation with legal counsel. So it'd really be both. And if I might, I would say that would be my recommendation, rather than just going to legal counsel, have it go to both the vice president and legal counsel. So that's what's before you on that policy. And then finally, the board has a provision that deals with self-reporting. It requires that board members who are the subject of a pending enforcement action by any enforcement agency, whether federal, state, or local, self-report those enforcement actions to the rest of the board. There was some discussion at the committee level about whether an exception should be made for kind of minor infractions, parking tickets, speeding tickets, those types of things. Again, there hasn't been consensus on the part of the committee, so we're bringing it forward to the board for possible resolution. The proposed language in front of you does say that enforcement actions would be reported by board members, but there would be an exception for minor infractions such as speeding tickets and parking tickets. But then there's an exception to the exception for enforcement actions dealing with transparency or conflicts of interest. Sometimes those are enforced by, for instance, the FBPC with simple administrative fines. It's worth considering whether we should still have those infractions be self-reported, even if they're relatively minor in dollar amount. So that's what's in the agenda packet in terms of the ordinance. So those are the 4 items. I'm certainly available to answer any questions, and I'm sure the committee is available as well.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and move to public comment. Madam Secretary, is there anyone who wishing to speak under public comment on this item?
I see no request to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead and take it to the committee members. Is there anything, any comment from the members of the committee?
I can guess my ad hoc colleague is going to suggest we take them separately. Yeah, I agree.
There were some where there was no difference of opinion amongst committee members, and there were some where there were differences of opinion among committee members. So I would recommend that we just take them one at a time.
There was 4?
There are 4.
There were 4? Okay.
So the first one was settlement or resolution of claims moving from $10,000 to $50,000.
And in that one, I believe there was consensus among the committee members.
And yeah, and I do want to make clear that we already do, right, already get updates regardless of the amount. So that's not going to change, and I think that's good practice. So I thought it was prudent to let our general manager take care of those types of claims, and then as long as they're being reported back to us and the public.
If that's a motion, I will second it.
Oh, okay, yes, I move.
Okay. Madam Secretary, I have a motion to move the first portion of that, followed with a second.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Isby?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
President Dinstead?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I was just making sure that you were pulling them out separate. Sorry, I was giving you.
No,
I
I'm
was
good.
Trying to stretch, give you a little time
No,
to
I'm good
separate
now.
them. Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Moving on to number 2.
So this is the general manager contracting authority. Again, it's removing the duplication from the board chapter since it's already in the general manager section.
And again, I think that's one where there was not a difference of opinion amongst committee members. It's just, I think,
There's no
a
change.
smart thing to do. It doesn't really change any
Procedure.
end results, and I would move approval.
Okay,
Second.
all right. I have a motion to approve from Director Gardner and a second from Director Risby. And we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you. Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Isby?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
President Dinstead?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next.
So the third item is our board ethics policy and reporting to the board of perceived violations by the board president.
I just want to jump in because I don't know if our conversations were unclear, but, there was no consensus. What I was suggesting, and I think I thought that's what we had went back to, was that regardless of regardless if it's a board member or an executive board member, legal counsel should be reported to. That was what I was trying to get to. Of course, if it's the president, it should go to the vice president. If it's the vice, or anybody else, it goes to the president. But I don't feel like that was, by reading the letter and then hearing your explanation, it feels like that must have been misunderstood. Or maybe it wasn't, and that your recommendation was the other way around. So I think legal counsel should be informed, as well as whichever executive board member it would make sense to at the time. That I feel would remove any biases, because we are human up here, all of us, and there are biases. Of course, there's still biases on staff level, but I think that would allow a little bit more of a clear process, make sure it goes through the same procedure every time, because the general counsel, excuse me, if I've been saying my general manager, the general counsel will be involved in every step and in every complaint. That is what I was saying. I don't know if maybe it was misunderstood when I brought it up.
Yeah, I think there may have been some misunderstanding as to whether it would report to the general counsel, and the general counsel would then bring in the appropriate board officer, or if it would report simultaneously to both. I believe that the language that is proposed by our general counsel accomplishes a simultaneous reporting.
I would think so too, except it's only specific to the board president. It doesn't say general counsel would be involved for any of the other board members, which is why I felt maybe I was being misunderstood. But I think general counsel should play a vital role simultaneously, if that's the case, with all board members. And of course, in our reporting, we report to the board member that is appropriate, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah, let me ask general counsel, there is a section dealing with a complaint or perceived violation where if it is anyone other than the president, it goes to the president. Could we add the same language, goes to the president
And legal
and,
counsel.
and general counsel? Just for clarification, I think that has been the practice, but let's get it clarified. So I would move approval of the proposed language with the addition of identical language in the section dealing with a complaint that is handled by the president.
I would second that.
Council, can you go ahead and sum that up, please?
Yes, basically, it would make alleged violations treated equally, whether they're by the board president, vice president, or any board member for that matter. And the way they'd be treated consistently is they would all go to either the president or vice president, as well as legal counsel at the same time. So, I think that, if I might, there would be some wisdom in doing that.
Okay. And that was the motion and the second, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure we're clarified on that. Can I ask one clarifying point on this? So on a self-report, if you wanted to do that, you have,
To do both.
Well-
That's how I would interpret the motion, yes. So
Yes.
I would make sure that the language in the self-reporting, however that ends up today, also includes a report to legal counsel simultaneously.
okay. I want to make, so let me just ask this point. There is nothing that prohibits a self-report for at a agendized board meeting under director comments that you can do it then, correct? And be reported in front of the whole board at that time, correct? Okay.
And general manager would,
Be there.
or, yeah, general counsel would
Counsel.
almost always be there. It's very rare that we have a meeting without general
Right, no,
counsel.
I just want to make sure, because I want to make sure that it's clear on the self-report that we're not doing an inadvertent violation of the Brown Act by self-reporting to our colleagues. In other words, if we were to make a mistake and just say, you know what,
Email everyone.
yes, and then it went to everybody rather than at a actual board meeting, that's not what we're intentioning to do.
You would only
Right.
email one board member if you made a mistake. Yeah, I think that.
And even if you sent it to a majority, as long as it's a one-way communication, that's not a violation of the Brown Act.
Okay, I just want to
Right.
make sure that that's clear moving forward, so how the self-report works. Okay. Madam Secretary, are you clear on the motion?
I am.
Thank you. Are you clear on the
He's
mover?
listened to all our conversations.
Hold on, are you clear, just a second, I'll
Poor,
get to you.
poor Tammy.
Are you clear on the mover and the second?
I'm clear on the mover,
I second it.
and I believed Director Torres seconded.
Okay. Director Roten, you have a question?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a question or a comment or a combination. So I can support the simultaneous reporting to legal counsel as well as either the president or the vice president, depending,
On the board member.
on where the item is coming from. But my preference would be that it's reported to legal counsel first, and then legal counsel reports it to whoever that second person is that we're reporting. And I guess my reasoning behind that is, I think this might have been mentioned in July, but I don't have the best memory without all my notes in front of me. So the general counsel works for all of us and represents all of us, and is, I think of legal counsel as a very objective source. They look at the law, they go by the law. There's no, I don't want to say you don't have a personality, but does that make sense? There's not an
That-
emotional
right, they're supposed to be
attachment.
objective,
There's not.
I've been
yeah.
told that before,
It's
don't
I
worry.
didn't mean it like that.
Not when you're at the killer show.
So that would be my only concern. And if we're talking about notification simultaneously, that's really almost impossible. I mean, you have to make one phone call before you make the other, or I suppose an email could go to both at the same time, but it would get a little sticky anyway as far as what simultaneous means
You know-
as far as the reporting.
You know, Director, that is what I had suggested, and this was kind of the middle ground. So I will withdraw my second, and I will actually, I believe it should go to legal counsel first, also for the exact same reasons. So I'll withdraw my second.
I'm not trying to, cause this to be argumentative at all. I'm just sort of trying to get the picture in my mind. Board members change, personalities change, situations change, but legal counsel is very consistent. And they have that set of rules, which are laws, that they follow. And those, sure, they change from time to time, but not in something like this. So that would just be a suggestion that I would have. And I think it still gets the reporting to the appropriate board member, but it's just coming through legal counsel instead of from the reporter directly.
I would respond that it is the duty of the board to examine a complaint of a violation or a perceived violation or an actual violation, should one occur, and to determine what, if anything, the board feels it needs to do about that.
But I don't think you were
well-
asking for the examination, just the reporting. I'm sorry, I
Yes,
don't mean to
I
interrupt.
wasn't trying to say
No,
that the
I
board
understand.
shouldn't receive the information, or the president or the vice president shouldn't receive the information.
And
They should.
investigate.
But, it is true, board members change. It is also true, general counsels change. This board, or the majority of this board, made that change not all that long ago, for a variety of reasons, which I won't go into. But I think we can take out simultaneous if it were to be reported by a phone call, but if it were me and I was self-reporting something, I would do it with an email.
Yeah.
There's not a requirement to do that. I mean, I suppose I could call the two individuals and say, here's my issue. But personally, I would do it with an email, and it would be simultaneous. They might not open it simultaneously, but I've reported it simultaneously. I do think it is important that it go directly to both general counsel and the responsible board officer, not wait for one to get it to the other. Things can slow that down for any number of reasons. People can be on vacation, ill, whatever they are. I think it is incumbent on whoever holds the office and on the general counsel to work together on one of these, and I think they need to be notified independently by whoever is concerned. And I'll leave my motion and look for a different second.
I do just want, I don't know if you need to take a second before I make comment.
Well, I'm going to throw it out there for a second. And I'll go ahead and second the motion. There isn't any reason, and I would say that this probably would be the preference, and I hear what you're saying for terms of that. I would think that it would be prudent to send the email to both of the persons, vice president, whatever, the two, to send that, and there isn't any reason that you couldn't schedule or ask for a phone call subsequently. And have that as a conference call and say, I'm self-reporting, I'd like to discuss this. Can we schedule a call and do it that way? So that it's reported and it's all being done and everybody can see that whenever they see the email, and then if you have to have a follow-up phone call, whoever that may be, for further discussion, or to provide more information, that would be the prudent way to do it. That way you are following through with the intent of what it is that we're trying to do. Because there's nothing to say that you're going to type out some chapter book that says, this is what happened, this is the, just say, I'm self-reporting on an issue, need to schedule a phone call. And then it's reported. I consider that a report.
Okay.
Because then it's going to come back to the body anyways, after the fact for discussion, if it gets elevated to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I mentioned at the beginning, I mean, I can live with the simultaneous wording in there. My preference would have been that it goes to legal counsel and then goes to the board member, appropriate board member. But I can also see what you're saying with if there's a delay or if legal counsel is, tied up or out of the country or whatever, you don't want that delay to occur. So I hear what you're saying, and I could support that.
Okay?
So I have a question.
Yes.
Who gets to decide if it's elevated, that it's come to the board and being decided? So in that matter, it should be legal counsel, right? They would know, like, if it's need to be elevated and discussed, and if it's minor, or how does that work?
If I might, one of the benefits of having it go to two people is that either of those people, if for instance there's a disagreement, either of those people could then elevate it to the board. The code actually says that a report can be made either to these officers or to the board. So there's nothing that prevents an individual board member from reporting an alleged violation to the entire board first itself. It's just we have this kind of as a preliminary step, so there are different ways they can get to the board.
I do want to be clear too, there is also in our censure policy or ethics, I never remember which one's which, but there is a way for members of the public, staff members, other people to report to the general manager. So would this also apply to the general manager where he's reporting simultaneously to, the vice president or the president as well as legal counsel, a complaint from the public or staff? I think we're all going to be able to live with the simultaneous language, but there is also a section if, for instance, Craig receives a complaint, he's to elevate it, and I don't remember the exact language, but would he also be needing to elevate it to either the vice president or the president as well as legal counsel?
I'll have to look at that language. I think I know what you're referring to. I would imagine he would probably bring it up to the board president or vice president or both of them in the normal course of
If you're willing
events,
to
but-
just amend your motion to include that, I
Yeah.
think.
No, I do think that is a good idea. So the motion would be to adopt the language as presented with regard to the vice president, to make it read the same when it reports to the president, and to direct the general manager, if they receive a complaint, to send it on to both the president or vice president and general counsel.
Okay. Okay. That was a motion.
Motion and-
That was a motion. Did you want to second that? Because I will stand back off of mine if you want to second this one.
Sure, I will second that.
Okay. All right.
I just have a question.
Okay.
Not to change.
Yellow.
Not to change anything. And maybe we're going to talk about this in whatever the next item is. So I want to better understand at some point today before I leave what it means to receive, if you receive a complaint, is it reportable right then, or is it once it's been processed? And because sometimes you can get a letter from the FPPC, gotten one in the past, and absolutely nothing comes of it because you answer them, you provide whatever the documentation is, and they send you a letter and say, thank you very much, you've met your requirements.
Right.
So say if that was the situation, is that something that I would have reported that I even got the first letter?
We had this discussion because, that's a good example, right? We had this discussion because of that, but then we also talked about open investigation. So if someone's,
Right.
there's an open investigation on embezzlement, technically they haven't been found guilty, but, and so I think my colleague had a concern that we censure them or we, take away committees and they're found not guilty. Now we just went ahead and ruined this person's reputation before we knew the consensus. But then I think staff had a concern, like, well, if you have a perceived embezzler making decisions. So there's a lot of gray area in this policy, which is why I think maybe this is something we take back to committee, like these types of questions, we take back to committee and really review together. We did a lot of work together, but there's just a lot of gray area. Or like you said, you receive a letter from the FPPC, nothing comes of it, or you receive a letter from the FPPC, they say, hey, like, technically that this is actionable, but you didn't really do anything wrong. But so there's just a lot of gray area, which is why I think either we take it back or we decide today when it's enforced and you've received a conviction, fine, whatever you want to call it. That's the problem. And those are very extreme examples, but we had this conversation specifically on FPPC and then specifically on embezzlement. So that is, those are both, I think, very valid concerns. Do you want the media to be like, well, they're letting a embezzler, even though they technically haven't been found guilty, make decisions? And or do you want to take away, strip somebody of that right, and then they're found not guilty, and now you spent 6 months or 2 years or I don't know, whatever. I haven't been accused of embezzlement, so I don't know how long it takes to investigate that. But those were the conversations we had, and because there's so much gray area, I think it's worth coming back just to those types of sections and really discussing. But I just wanted to give you a little history on at least our conversations.
I do think that is in the next piece.
Okay.
And the short answer is those pending investigations or enforcement actions are subject to self-reporting under our current code.
Under our current code, and we had
Right.
either, I think today's action is either go back or resolve it here, right?
Well, actually, the proposed revision doesn't change,
Language.
that,
No.
whether it's pending or
No.
final. It's really just kind of the nature of
No,
the-
and-
of the violation.
And to your point, just in general, that's why I think the self-report is very important, so that the two parties, whoever it be, and legal counsel have a discussion as to when that is necessary to bring forward to the board. Because I would tell you that whether it be that you got somebody who wanted to file an FPPC complaint and they sent you a letter, that's a self-report. Hey, I got this letter, but they haven't done anything yet. Then we say, okay, when you get some acknowledgement, come back to us and we'll figure out what needs to happen, right? Because that's going to be a fine or it's not. They're either going to uphold or not uphold, right? I think it's completely different if you are then charged, indicted, or otherwise for a criminal investigation. I think the point being is that the self-report is to prevent surprises, because I don't want to be sitting here as a board president and get a phone call from the press enterprise that says, by the way, do you know that one of your board members was just indicted? That's not a,
I
that's.
see what you're saying.
That's not a good surprise.
On the
okay?
self-report on that case.
It's the conversation that happens after the fact.
Do we wait?
The self-report needs to happen so that board members, the general manager, the district is not surprised by something, whether it be small or large. That's to prevent the surprise.
So you're saying
And-
self-report is at inception, so when you get the letter?
When you're notified that something is occurring, just say, I received this, I wanted to let you know, and then we try to figure out.
The next one.
And then, right, no, and that's why I don't want to get too confused. So why don't we go ahead and take the vote? Do we need to restate, before we move forward, let's go ahead and restate what the vote is for. Do we want to, is everybody clear, or do we want to do that?
I can restate it. So
Okay.
it's a proposed revision It would add legal counsel to all. It would be a simultaneous reporting to the appropriate officer, and I would make revisions to other provisions in our ordinance so that this simultaneous reporting is included in the self-reporting section, as well as complaints through the general manager's office.
Okay.
Concise, clear and concise.
And we had a motion and a second. Director Gardner was the motion, Director Torres was the second. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you. Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Rizvi?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
President Dinstead?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay. All right.
President, sorry. Only because I think this next conversation might be long. Could we take a small break?
Well, I want to try to get moving through this so we can, because we've got kind of a longer day. So let's see if we can just finish this up, because we've got stuff that we've already talked about. So, General Counsel, do you want to go ahead and just kick off the next?
So yes, so this is the self-reporting provision. Currently, our code provides that board members are to self-report either pending or completed enforcement actions by enforcement agencies. The language that's proposed in front of you would make an exception for minor infractions such as speeding tickets, parking tickets, but then make an exception to that exception for any violations of either transparency or conflict of interest laws.
Okay. Comments from the public on, comments from the committee on discussion for this?
I do think the language that is proposed is good. I'd like to see us go forward with that. I think it does accomplish and reflect the concerns that have been raised, that if you have an inquiry from the FPPC or the IRS or whoever it is, and it's just at an inquiry stage, I think it would be improper for the board to take action against a board member for that.
But should the
But-
board member?
Yeah,
self-report?
but I think that it is appropriate for a board member to let the responsible officer and general counsel know, hey, I got this letter. And then you see how it plays out. If it is, if you are being investigated by law enforcement for a crime, that's more likely to get out in the public. And again, I think it's important that at least the responsible officer and general counsel be aware of it. They may or may not take any action. Last I heard, you were innocent until proven guilty. But
100%.
I think, those kinds of things, it is important that at least the board president or vice president and general counsel and the general manager be aware that that's out there and it could come to light. I think the responsible officer and general counsel would make a decision,
Bring it
given
back
the
to the board.
circumstances, whether to advise the remainder of the board, hey, this is out there, or not. But I do believe that the language that we are presented with accomplishes all of this and is sensitive to those instances where maybe the board doesn't want or need to take an action yet. It leaves that up to the board. And it's not a public reporting. A board action would be public, but it's not a public reporting of,
That issue.
it's, the IRS is auditing me. Or the FPPC is auditing me. They do random audits,
Yes.
and if your name gets drawn, they're gonna go through a whole bunch of your records, and you may have done absolutely nothing wrong, and they may say, good job, at the end of it. Or they may say, whoops, here's some mistakes, and this is what we're gonna do about it. So I would recommend this language. I'm open to, any discussion people want to have, but I suppose we should probably have a motion, and if there's a second, to discuss it further. And unless we're at the committee level, Gracie, if you have something you want to add, or,
Your motion is to discuss it further, or?
well, no, my motion would be to adopt the language that
language.
is presented, and.
For the
it-
minor infractions?
Yeah, it just says, self-reporting shall not apply to minor infractions such as parking tickets or speeding tickets, but shall apply to all enforcement actions involving transparency and conflict of interest laws. I do think it's important that if you or your campaign makes a mistake and fails to report something or file the proper form at the time that it's due, and the FPPC says, you did it wrong, give me $100, don't ever do it again, I think that's reportable, and we should know about that. I don't think we should do anything about it if it's the only time it's happened, but one of the things that I think is important is, as elected officials, as candidates for election, we have a duty to follow the rules, and if they're, I think the board wouldn't care so much if somebody makes a mistake, but if there's a pattern of mistakes over time, that might be something the board wants to do something about, and it should know about it.
That's kind of where I have a little bit of issue, and I think I brought this up in committee. If that's the case, then why wouldn't driving recklessly be the same thing? Sure, you got a speeding ticket that time, but what if it would have been death, or it would have been property damage? So why not report a speeding ticket if you're a candidate or you're a sitting board member representing and you're, breaking the law technically? Why would that not be? I'm if you know nothing about me, it's about equity here. So why is that considered a minor unreportable infraction, or not treated the same as if, and I understand the FPPC. I'm not arguing there. I'm just saying if you're driving recklessly, you're speeding, or you zoom past the stop sign to get to your, to get here, or to, go to a campaign event, or to go to, why wouldn't, or whatever the case, even if you're not doing that, you're still a board member representing this board. I don't, or if you show up here, you didn't get a DUI, but you're clearly were driving without like alcohol on your breath. Why wouldn't, those, I'm really like, and maybe this is me being philosophical, but I feel like if we're going to report those types of an open investigation, because we need to be set up at a higher level, or we need to be treated at a higher level, why not those minor infractions that also speak to your character or mistakes that you've made? That's really my question. Like, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm actually asking because if that is the argument, that we are held to a higher standard because we're elected officials, and you're driving recklessly, then we should be held on that standard too. Am I wrong? Or maybe like I said, maybe I'm being too philosophical in this.
I think that could be worth talking about and see what the board wants to do. My thinking was, as I received a parking citation for failing to move my car on street sweeping day, and I paid the city $43 for it.
Mr. Gardner, that is for stormwater protection only. And you sit on a water board.
And, is that something that the board wants to know about, or that general counsel or the president or vice president wants to know about? If I park at a meter and don't move in time and I get a overtime parking permit, is that something that we want to burden each other over? I would not object to taking out things like a speeding ticket. That can be serious. People can get killed by speeding. You don't usually hurt people by, failing to move your car.
But you also don't hurt people by filing a day late. you make a mistake.
Yeah, and Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm
Yeah.
saying, I see this holistic, I'm seeing this holistically. I'm trying to say, maybe it's incumbent upon us what we self-report rather than us prescribing. It should be based on, our integrity, but if we start cutting things out, then, my thing is, like I
Okay, let me go ahead and pull it from you guys just a second and put it to the other side of the dais over here and see if there's
We just
any
had a whole committee
comments.
meeting.
Because I hear the argument on both sides and I have opinions, so I'm going to go ahead and take Director Rizvi.
I see both sides, but I just, that's what my question is. What is self-reporting? If I get a letter saying I did get a letter saying that you filed on this day, and then I had to go and just send them receipts. Hey, this is the day I filed with the city, this is where it happened, and they're like, oh, okay, everything is resulted, it's fine. So do we even go ahead and burden the board with all that information? Or is when I take care of them, we send them receipts, and we come and report that, hey, this is the letter, this is the resolution, nothing happened, right?
That's a very good question. I think, under these rules, you would, if that had to do with like an FPPC letter, you would report it to the general counsel and the board president. They may decide, look, this doesn't warrant any action. They may decide just to send an email to the board, letting the board know. I think that's how it's envisioned. It kind of err on the side of reporting and then let your colleagues decide, how to address it, just again, so that they're aware of it.
Yeah, according to this, if it was FPPC, you would have had to report it when you got the letter. And then, of course, report back everything in between, but then the president and legal counsel at that time either wait or take it up then, or, that's obviously, the rest is not history, future, the rest is then determined, but yes, according to this language, that is how it's supposed to work.
Right.
I know I'm an expert.
Director Roughton, did you have a? Yes. Okay. When she went like this, I took that as she had nothing else to say, so I know that's.
Sorry. Oh, I am on. So I had a little bit of a question looking at the draft this is the resolution, right, that's attached? Or is this just, I guess it's just verbiage. Hang on, I'm missing a page here. Oh, no, it's the draft ordinance. Agenda page 489, referral of violations of ethics policy. Maybe because we just voted how that reporting is going to look, that might be the reason that the wording isn't in here, but it talks about referring it to the president of the board or the full board, so it doesn't necessarily say legal counsel, like we discussed 15 minutes ago. So that'll be changed, I assume? in
That's
Uh,
what we
Correct.
just voted on.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, yes, and I see that. And then it comes back, okay. So that would be my same comment also for the censure policy, because it says self-report to the president. And then, thank you, Mike, for clarifying that basically the motion that we're working on right now is this wording about
Minor.
self-reporting, shall not apply to minor infractions, et cetera, the underlying part. And then there is a line after that is not underlined, and I realize this is draft. It says the president will then initiate formal action under this policy. I might suggest we change that word to may and not will, because you might not necessarily initiate formal
anything,
action.
yeah.
So, yeah, this is tricky, this part. I'm trying to think of the bigger picture with what we have in our world today with social media and newspaper articles and TV news and all the things that, nothing is really private anymore. And so I almost think we should err on the side of reporting everything, and then we are trusting to our legal counsel and our leadership, whether that be the president or the vice president, to take it from there. But at least it's been reported. It may never see the light of day, because if it's a parking for street sweeping, I don't think that that's going to ever come up in the public meeting. So I'm almost thinking we would maybe be better off. I'm okay either way. I'm okay with this wording, but I'm also thinking that if we report everything, it's cut and dry. We know, if we get a ticket for whatever, we're going to report it. And then we have this process where legal counsel and whatever the leadership person is are going to look at that. And I don't know if we need any parameters for them, or we just go with, and not today, or we just go with, their leadership roles and their legal role, and let that play out. So as you can see, I'm kind of really wishy-washy on the motion. I don't necessarily disagree with this. I do think we should remove speeding tickets, because that can lead to horrible accidents. And maybe there's a different way to say minor infractions such as parking tickets. But on the other hand, if we just have everything reportable, I feel like as an elected official, we're held to a higher standard. We just are. We're scrutinized, we're looked at, and frankly, a lot of people are trying to catch us at something. So if we just lay it all out on the table, there's no surprise later, or no, oh, well, I heard blah, 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 that this happened to so-and-so. It's right, it's like, yeah, I reported it.
Right.
And this is what it was, and it was documented, and I can refer back to that if I were to ever need to. So I guess, I'm sorry, I'm not really just making
it's
a
hard,
good
Lauren.
argument
It's
one
hard,
way or
right
the other.
Let me go ahead and sum this up a little bit. I think that's what the point is. And to Director Routen's point, Director Torres's point, that elected officials are held to a higher standard, and that self-reporting on everything covers you. And if we believe that it is not warranted for this board to take action, we at least know that Mike gets a parking ticket. And if somebody wants to come at the dais and do public comment at him, then he can defend himself for his actions, and we already know that it exists. It's a protection factor of no surprises. As far as speeding tickets, yes, I believe that's absolutely 100% relevant, because if you in fact are racing around, you're known in the public, you're driving with your kids, and somebody's caught you on video, that's the last thing we want to have come up here and have the rest of us not know that you got pulled over, you're now being questioned over whether or not you were a safe or radical driver with your kids in the car, or, grandma sitting in the seat, or whatever the case is. That's why it's always given back to the board for discretion of whether or not we move with that. And to your example, Director Torres, if you're driving and you get pulled over and they do a breathalyzer on you and you have alcohol on there, whether it's a wet reckless or not, whether it's a DUI or not, because those are very different elevations, that is still very relevant. And it's not to have this board be surprised by that, And there's obviously a very different concept, and we would have to reassure the public and tell Mr. Miller, Director Torres got a wet reckless, and she's no longer allowed to ever drive a district vehicle, because now that affects insurance, right? That affects our perception. Not that we're driving district vehicles, mind you. We're not authorized to be driving district vehicles. I'm just making.
I don't have my keys.
I'm just making a point.
Back your truck back.
Just like it affects the employees are held to that standard if they start to get things that are affecting their driving record, because we run DMV records on them in order to drive district vehicles. If they get something on their record, they're held to that standard, and that option could be taken away, which jeopardizes their job, because now you can't do a large component of your job driving a district vehicle because you've got too many speeding tickets and your points are too high and the insurance is too much to cover you.
Or you have street sweeping tickets on district vehicles. I don't even know how that would be held with, but.
Right, but I think the point being is that the discretion relies back on the board here to make a determination and to us not to be surprised and have me called out as I'm walking out of the building. Did you know that Director Gardner has 20 parking tickets sitting? I mean, you know, yes, because he reported that to us, and that's his issue and his problem, and he's dealing with it, and that doesn't involve, do you know what I mean? So it gives us a position of, yes, we are holding ourselves to a higher standard, we are requiring reporting. The board then has the discretion, talking with legal counsel and having a discussion amongst ourselves, whether or not it elevates to a different level and whether or not we need to take action upon it. You know, because it's a totally different thing if, you know, you're got a rental car in Hawaii and you've just, you know, parked illegally in Hawaii or something because you didn't know where you were parking. So that gives us the option, and it really comes to, yes, we should be held to the higher standard, and we don't want people showing up at the board meeting under public comment with videotape of Director Rizvi driving 100 miles an hour down this freeway. I gotta move down the whole thing to give everybody an example. Sorry, I didn't want to keep picking on Mike. So, or
I got the
Director Torres
DUI.
with no, it was a wet reckless. There's very different. So very different.
I don't know.
And Laura, you obviously, you're weaving in and out of lanes and doing reckless driving. So,
I agree. I think a cover of, let's just self-report.
And the board has the discretion to be able to see where it elevates or not elevates in the terms, because I think it's just a matter of us being accountable to the public. And if somebody has done something that's just a dumb move, then they can defend that themselves, and the rest of us aren't sitting here in shock.
Yeah.
Okay? And I think that's where we leave it.
Does that mean, sorry, go ahead. Director.
I just have a clarifying question, I guess. When is the reporting person, and I agree with you, I think let's just report everything. It's way easier. We don't have to decide, was I supposed to report that or not, and whatever. So is, in this process, I'm assuming, and I shouldn't, that the reporting person is given the opportunity when they report to explain anything or present anything
Certainly.
that they need to present.
Certainly.
Yeah, Director, and there's, after reporting, there is an actual process that we're supposed to go through. Whatever executive member.
Yes, if it's determined by the two
Yeah.
people.
The legal counsel.
That it needs to elevate. So if you're reporting, hey, I just got a notice that they're doing, opening a case on me on FPPC. Well, then
Let's find out.
that is a discussion that happens between the two reports, and whether or not it gets moved at that point or whether or not it gets moved down the road, because maybe there needs to close that.
Sure.
And whether or not you get fined, and then we come back. But the reporting requirement is fulfilled. And then you deal with it after the fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that person reporting has the opportunity to
Certainly.
interject into the conversation and. okay.
Certainly.
Yeah.
I
You could
received
include that
this.
in the report.
I think
Yeah.
when we are reporting, we can include what happened.
You
and
can
what
say
was-
anything,
okay, yes.
yeah, you can
Story
say
time.
anything you want to say. I received a notice from the FPPC, they're saying that I didn't file this. I provided them documentation that said I did. It's a filing error, they're correcting their records, whatever it is. Or, yeah, I got pulled over and I got hit because I forgot to put the tags on my car, so I got 4,008, or actually it would be 5,204. But, sorry, I digress.
Or they were
So-
stolen.
So, vehicle codes, sorry, old habits. So you can talk about, yes, I had them, they were sitting on my dining room table, I forgot to put the tags on my car, and they ticketed me for it. Now I've got to go and get a write-off ticket signed, and pay that for the write-off. So I think you can include whatever it is that you feel is necessary at the time for your level of comfort, to make your case. Okay?
Madam President, I'm not sure if my comments were taken as a motion, but if they were, I will withdraw the motion. I do think Director Roten's comment about changing the language that reads, "The president will then initiate formal action under the policy." Let's strike "will" and replace that with "may initiate," so that the president or vice president can say, "I don't care about parking tickets, we're not moving that forward."
Or
So-
we're gonna wait because
Yeah,
you're still under
yeah.
investigation.
So-
Yeah.
Right.
A motion now will be to amend section 215.180 of the censure policy, subsection D. The last sentence currently reads, "The president will then initiate formal action under this policy." Strike "will" and replace it with "may."
I didn't see you write any of that. You memorized it? I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm just
no.
kidding.
Okay? All right, Madam Secretary, are you clear on the motion? Okay,
So you had suggested that the language go from "the president or vice president will initiate formal action"
Right.
to "may," in case
Oh,
it was
okay.
under
No, that part I
investigatory
get.
process.
no,
That's it. That's the motion.
I thought we were
Entirety of
voting
the
on the wording of the reporting part.
No,
withdrew
that
his
was
motion.
withdrawn.
no.
So we're not going to vote on that.
No, because it sounds like we have, or maybe I'm guessing that's why.
I believe there's consensus that we don't want to do that.
To
Right.
keep it
So-
reporting all.
So it's
At this,
all.
at this
Yes.
point, the
To
only
reporting all.
motion is
Okay.
to
Yes.
change "shall" to "may."
And then it'll
Or
be
will
left
to
to the
me.
discretion of what needs to happen with that,
Okay,
okay?
yep.
Okay.
Thank you for
All right.
clarifying.
Madam Secretary, are you clear on the motion?
I am clear, and we need a second.
Oh,
I'll second.
there we go. We have a motion by Director Gardner and a second by Director Roten. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you. Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Rizvi?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
President Dinstead?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
I think that concludes that item in its entirety.
Okay. Great. We're going to go ahead with reports.
I'm just going to.
You need to. General Counsel, sir, you are up.
No report, however, just point out to the public, we will be meeting in closed session immediately after this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Miller, you are up, sir.
Thank you. A couple different reports. Been very busy meeting primarily on Solve the Water Crisis. I did a presentation at the Randall Lewis Seminar at UCR, and then had follow-up meetings with Randall Lewis. He's very interested in figuring out how to get the building industry more participating more with Solve the Water Crisis. That was a great meeting. Presented with other GMs at the Temecula Marietta Group, We Grow California, IEA Water Committee, which is an industrial association down in the San Diego area. Staff, the communications staff and other staff members that volunteered had a really fun booth at the City of Riverside Long Night of Arts and Innovation last week. It was packed. Talked to the Chamber Legislative Summit, and also Good Morning America. Good Morning America. Didn't do Good Morning America.
Wow, you really elevated.
Sorry, aspirational goals popped out there. Monday Morning Group this morning. and that was very successful on Solve the Water Crisis. Very proud of our IT group, and I will invite Michael up to talk about winning the MESAC award. Michael?
Mr. Mauser.
Thank you, Craig. Good morning, President Instead, members of the board.
Morning.
I get to have a fun item today. Western has won an award, and I'm going to set it right here.
Yay. Beautiful.
Oh, we like it.
Before I talk about the award, just briefly, I'll mention that and remind some of us, MESAC is the Municipal Information Systems Association of California. It's a association of cities and special districts throughout the state. And so it's a great collaborative organization where we get to share ideas and thoughts, and we have a lot of opportunity to benefit from what others are doing in our community. They interact with the state and different things like that. So we recently had the annual conference, and the highlight of that annual conference is the awards program. So on October 4th, Western received our 4th consecutive and 8th overall MESAC Excellence in IT Practices Award. That is MESAC's highest level award.
Fantastic.
This award is intended to foster and recognition outstanding governance and operation practices in information technology. The award submission application is a direct narrative response to over 100 questions and a good stack of supporting material. Western's submission this year was over 500 pages.
Wow.
The submission covers 11 practice areas, which include key areas such as budget, staffing, operations, and security. And it serves as a full audit of our IT practices. So it gives us a chance to spend some time on what are we doing and how are we doing it. Hopefully we're at that level where we're getting these excellence awards. You don't have to be perfect to get the excellence awards. So then we take some of that feedback and we learn, we grow with it. We come back and we say, hey, there's some things we need to improve on. But I think the key thing I want to point out about this award is it's not solely an achievement of Western's IT team. We strive to lead the way, but it's an achievement of the agency on how we implement, utilize, and support technology in furtherance of our mission and to the benefit of customers and constituents. So we do that with strong support from this board, our general manager, our executive leadership, and every single member of Western's staff. So we are very proud of this. We're proud of Western and what we've accomplished with it. I do have the team here to thank them and recognize them. And I believe
Stand up, team.
our GIS team as well. The application does cover our GIS program and the things that we do there.
It's a big deal.
They are definitely a part of this.
That's a big deal. Congratulations. Mr. Mauser, I know you're sleeping with that 500 pages under your pillow, aren't you? Yeah. That's a big report.
Yeah, it takes us a couple months to get through it each year. Not solely working on that. We're handling business at the same time.
Right.
But it does take a serious effort across the entire team. And like I said, all year long, the support and efforts of our staff, when we give them these policies and we say, oh, we're going to make your password just a little bit longer to be more secure. And we did that recently, and the teams responded well. They asked good questions, and they accepted it, and we're a little bit more secure because of it.
No, and this is such a huge deal, so congratulations to staff on this award. This is really a big deal, and it really brings around public trust, that we are very confident in our practices and making sure that we're taking care of customer information and on all the things that we do to protect all of the information that we house. So great job for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And we are really proud of our team. We have an outstanding IT team. Thank you, everybody. Next item, good news to report, the North Paris Basin project. This is the project that we're partnering with Eastern to jointly develop water supply kind of around the perimeter of the base. It is in design, very complicated design, but as we've been in design, there have been cost increases. So Eastern, hats off to Joe, Mawad, and Eastern, they went back to the state board and got an additional $17 million in grant funding to offset the cost of that project. So awesome by Eastern, and we'll all benefit from that effort. So we need to send them a Christmas card this year.
Oh, I think
to
a box of
recognize that.
candy or something, right?
Maybe even candy.
That's
We may
good.
even go candy, yeah.
That's good. Okay.
We are sending out a letter to support the Bay Delta project as the board took action last time, so that's, President Denston will be signing that, and we'll get that out. Another metropolitan Colorado River issue that we're actively participating in right now is we are sending out a support letter for the Colorado River Water Use Efficiency MOU. So this is metropolitan showing the broad support that Southern California has provided in being water efficient. And so we're making sure that the rest of the Colorado River parties understand the level of effort that Southern California has put into water efficiency. So I'll be signing that letter. It fits in with all of our legislative policies and directives, so I have authority to sign that letter. But that's an important thing, and we're trying to push all of our member agencies to sign that also. And then finally, Gary Miller is
It's
here.
the Miller and Miller show today.
It is. So Gary made a really nice presentation to the Engineering and Operations Committee on energy, and the board asked that he make that to the board meeting so that maybe more of the public could see all the efforts that we're taking to be energy efficient. So Gary, all yours.
Right, thank you, Craig. Good morning, President Denstedt.
Good morning.
And directors. Well, as Craig said, we have a brief here today, maybe about 10 or 12 minutes, hopefully. And it'll give you an idea of what we've been doing in the space of energy and business planning. We now have an energy business plan for the district, so I'd like to share some of the information with you today. Thank you. Next slide. So I have a little bit of a background, bottom line up front, and then I'll share some goals and objectives that we have, some of the key partnerships, other firms and agencies that we've been working with, and then I'll go over some strategic strategies and initiatives and some of the actions taken and some of the results we've achieved so far. Next slide. Well, just some fast facts for you. We spend about $6 million a year on energy. It's a big spend, and it's basically because we move a lot of water, over 900 million gallons per month. Another fact, SCE, as you've all probably aware and have read, a lot of rate hikes that are going on, over 26% this year. And then as you experienced last month, we experienced power generation and distribution systems throughout California are strained. We had an energy crisis, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. Next slide. So some of our goals and objectives for our plan were practical, mitigate future energy cost increases. It's a big part of our budget. Lower energy consumption by 10 to 15% over the next 2 years. Develop an energy business plan and continue to implement best practices, which we've developed that plan now. Also to develop a baseline monitoring and tracking program and to reduce our environmental footprint by incorporating efficiency in all aspects of our business from planning, design, and operations. So those are our goals and objectives. Next slide, please. Here are some of the partners we're working with. SCE, Cascade Energy, Hanson Allen and Luce, Terra Verde, University of California, Riverside, City of Riverside Public Utilities. We're part of a strategic energy management program that's facilitated by SCE. We've been part of this program for a year. It's a 2-year program, and we're working close with those entities to actually devise strategies and to use various tools they're providing us to save energy, reduce cost. Next slide. So overall, kind of an overarching strategy that we have is to improve efficiency in existing systems that we have and to also prepare for and use new technologies. And when I say improve efficiency, we have over 30 pump stations on the water side, a similar amount on the wastewater side. We transmit a lot of water and move a lot of water, as I mentioned. We have a couple of treatment plants that we're responsible for. And of course, in the future, we've already got our first battery that's going in at Mockingbird Pump Station. We're probably about 2 weeks away from having the certification from SCE to put that online, and that's a huge project. That was a $2.3 million grant that we received. So we're very pleased about that and excited to see how that's going to work for us. Next slide. So some of the actions we've taken over the past 24 months, we've completed a comprehensive evaluation and optimization plan of our Riverside water system. We've developed a new hydraulic model with the help of consultants for our Riverside Marietta systems. We've done an energy demand study of our biggest pump stations at Holcomb, Bergamot, and Mockingbird. I just mentioned the stored battery that we have coming online here in the next couple of weeks. That's a Tesla battery. We've had multiple conversions of LED lights in a number of our facilities. We've installed dozens of variable frequency drives in our facilities to cut down on energy demand and use. And we've developed our energy business plan, as I mentioned. Next slide. Some of the tools that we've also developed, in addition to the hydraulic model, we have a pressure zone map, a new energy map, standard operating procedures, new schematics, metering recommendations, and a DMA plan. Next slide. One example I wanted to bring to your attention is in working with UCR. You know, the Edison bills are very, very complex to interpret. When you receive a bill, and the bills that we receive, there's different demand charges, there's different schedules that we work on. We engaged UCR, their graduate program, to come in and help us look at our bills for the past couple of years. They use graduate students. We pay them a fee to do that. And we picked out Holcomb Pump Station here, and they were able to decipher our bills and the use of our pumps during pump demand times, peak demand times, and come up with some suggestions for differing our operation. And this is an example. We implemented those recommendations. This is an example from November 2020 to 21.
Yeah.
And we had a reduction in energy costs by $25,000 per month.
Wow.
So a big, big example and a big achievement there. Next slide. So again, just summarizing those results in one pump station, the cost of the evaluation was $25,000. And we had over 60% cost savings, equaling potentially $226,000 per year. That's at one pump station.
Wow.
Next slide. So just to kind of sum up, we had the crisis that went on about a month ago, and there was a lot of scrambling around. We got a lot of communications from state associations to help them out by reducing our peak demand. Utilities are some of the biggest consumers, obviously, of energy. And so some of the actions that we took, we reduced peak energy usage by 75,000 kilowatt hours over 4 days.
Wow.
We enacted load shedding procedures at major facilities. We shut down 15 of our 18 booster pump stations from 4 to 10 p.m. We used generator power at our Wharf wastewater treatment plant and sewer lift stations. We used portable generators at Mockingbird and Rolling Meadows pump stations, and standby generator at Sterling Pump Station as an example. And we participated in daily coordination calls with CMUA and the Governor's Task Force. And of course, it was pretty hot during that period, so staff were running around deploying the generators and doing quite a bit of work during that stressful time, if you will. Next slide. So that's it. I just wanted to say thank you for the support for what we're doing in the energy space. Leadership has supported this very well. I think we're on to some really big stuff. And we're looking forward to finally making some good accomplishments and that really result and benefit the ratepayers at Western and in a big way. So thank you very much. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate you being here today and sharing that. I know my colleague, Director Gardner, has been really interested in this aspect of what we do at Western. So any questions? Any comments?
Just a comment, coming from the electric utility industry and actually having worked for that company that we spend a lot of money with these days.
Not anymore.
No. Yeah, I am really impressed with the work that has been done and the way that we have found a way to save money by operating our facilities at times when the energy is less expensive. And as Gary said, it gets really complicated. The cost per kilowatt hour goes up, the cost for additional load kilowatts goes up and down. And it's this is a really good thing for us to do, but it is not easy for a layperson to sit down and go through the bill and figure out, well, if I did this, so, good job. Thank you very much.
Okay. Other comments?
Great job, Gary. This is amazing. And we look forward to seeing what happens. Great job. To staff, thank you.
Yeah, really impressive, and I keep thinking that you should have one of those glass awards sitting up there on the ledge. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Gary, this has been really a good education to see when some minor tweaks and what the savings actually means. And so I'd be hugely curious when you make those adjustments throughout our entire grid of what that energy performance is. I know what our projections are, but what it actually turns out to be in real time, to see how that plays out. And, you know, it's such a big deal right now with energy use and all the considerations that are going into that and how they're performing and all the projects and solar and a variety of different other things. I think it's also really important too for our customers to know that in times of crisis, when the grid may go down, we are still able to provide service because we still maintain our old school. And we will not be left like some of the folks that experienced tragedy down in Florida and a variety of other locations where, you know, stuff goes off the grid and then they weren't prepared to deal with it, but we are. And I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. So thank you for that.
Great work.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just like to thank Gary and the team, because the easy road is to do things like we've always done in the past. The hard road is to take on the complexity of the energy industry and to make improvements. And so our team is always choosing the hard road to figure out how to save money and be efficient. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of extra work. And thank God we have the staff that can handle the complexity. So great job, guys.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll move on to Director Reports. Sapa.
Thank you. SAPA met yesterday. They voted to release an RFP for information technology services, much smaller organization than we are, and SAPA does not have its own IT group. It had been some years since they had an RFP for those services, so it was time. And they approved a contract with Desert Research Institute out of Nevada to do a verification program for the cloud seeding program that will begin next year. That consists of actually physically going out after a storm or during a storm, initially they're going to collect snow samples. This year, they'll collect snow samples for background data. But during the operation of the program, they will be specifically looking to see how much silver iodide shows up in the snow samples to verify that the silver iodide is actually causing the clouds to drop snow where it's projected they will. I asked them to look and see if they can do that with rainwater as well. They could do that at lower elevations, and as we all know, with climate changing, we are seeing more rain and less snow as our precipitation goes. They are going to look at whether they can do that. But it's a very complex operation to collect that. They go out in clean suits. They use special capture equipment, and it's easy to contaminate the samples because they are sampling at parts per billion and parts per trillion. So it's not a real easy thing to do. It's not something that staff could do or staff of one of the participating agencies. You do need specialists and special equipment to do that. So that is moving forward, and it will be good to have the baseline year information as well. And that's it for SAPA.
Great, thank you. Metropolitan, one of the big things that we had on the agenda was for PLAs for project labor agreements. If you are not aware, our local chambers have taken a position against project labor agreements. They believe that it's adverse to small business owners to sign into these for a variety of different reasons and a very lengthy platform of theirs. I took a position to vote against this, and it passed. One of the concerns that I had with the project labor agreement is the fact that Metropolitan is now going to be paying Parsons for administrating this contract for $6 million wouldn't normally be spent. And that to me is not a good use of money to do something. It does not change anything. A number of comments were made from a variety of delegations that said that this was going to improve fair wages and a variety of different things. That's a misnomer. All public works projects pay a prevailing wage. That was not going to change anything. That wasn't a circumstance or condition of the PLA. And so I really didn't see the necessity to commit Metropolitan to paying $6 million we wouldn't normally be paying. So I voted against that. There were some other contract negotiations and amounts to not exceed for continuing engineering services and a variety of different projects that have come before Metropolitan. And then just for point, I will be doing my Colorado River Trip tour, the CRA, to see the Hoover Dam, and to do that with some folks that when this originally got canceled a couple of years ago and they couldn't go through with the trip, we invited those folks again to see if they would participate rather than opening it up to a whole new
Cohort.
a whole new panel of people. There were a couple that, couldn't go and weren't interested, and we always have our fill points and things, but we're going to have a great tour. The directors have been given only a handful of these, and I am partnering with my colleague Randy Record from Eastern Municipal Water District, so they got half of the tour, we got half of the tour, and we'll be sharing that. So it's nice to see that we're going to be engaging again with leadership, people that matter in the region that have discussions about water and are involved in what it is that we do, and they can actually see what our challenges are firsthand and really message that out. So it's a really good messaging tool for us to collaborate and continue that partnership. So we're not just the ones beating the drum over, yes, the drought is real, and yes, the lake levels are low. So that's going to be really good. So
When is that?
we leave Friday, and it's a 2-day tour, so we'll be back late Saturday. So I'll have a full report on that. I'm really excited to go and see everything that we have planned. It's my first time to go out there, so I'm super excited to see all that. Okay, moving right along to Chino Basin.
Next week.
Okay, thank you. CDA.
You attended, right, Mike?
I'm sorry?
CDA, you attended?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I did attend CDA as the alternate director. Torres was unable to attend. And essentially, they took care of some minor business. There were no significant action items.
Okay, thank you. RCRA.
So the regular meeting will be next month, but they had an executive meeting, and it was a workshop for recycling, which staff attended.
Okay. WRCOG, we have, the only thing I want to make you aware of is I believe we have a placeholder in December. I'm trying to get the board secretary's attention. A placeholder in September for the strategic plan
December.
to be held here in December at this agency, because we always offer our facilities up to our partners.
Yes, that is correct. It's December 9th. That's a Friday, and it is no longer a placeholder. It is a actual,
It is, okay.
Don't we have Aqua?
Okay. So,
that's the week, Aqua's the week
no,
before.
that's the week, yeah, that's the week before. So, so WRCOG will be talking about strategic plans, strategic priorities. Obviously, water is going to be at the forefront of that, and so that will be held here at this facility. So looking forward to engaging with all of our regional partners to talk about what our strategic plan is moving forward for years to come and putting that on the map. So, yes, that is, and you certainly are welcome to attend and put any comments forward that you'd like or participate in that as a member agency, certainly. Okay. Sarah.
We had a meeting last week. We had an authorization to have remote teleconference meeting till the end of this year. We will go back in person from next year. We awarded an award of construction contract for pipeline joint repair to SCW Contracting Corp. In the amount of $269. Approved and accepted final audit report for the fiscal year ended June 30th. The independent auditor had given a clean opinion of the financial report. We had an annual review of the investment policies. No changes were being made, just an annual report. And then we approved the financial statement. Sarah had a net operating revenue of $226,110, and the budget had a net operating revenue at zero. This was a good news as a result of actual operating expenses being less than the budget operating expense. And we had a capital project update, and that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much. Aqua, so obviously we have the conference coming up for the fall conference. Region 9 is not doing a program at this point, but we are looking for something for the spring program to be able to do that. So if you have suggestions for a Region 9 program that you'd like to send to me for consideration of a topic or subject matter that would be relevant and well-attended, because we really want to open that up to the Region 9 membership, that would be great. And feel free to send that to me at any time. Okay, moving on to our director's comments. So I'll start down with Director Risby.
Last week, I was able to attend the Temescal Valley MAC meeting and was able to talk about solve the water crisis, and there was a lot of interest, so I will be going back to the Temescal Valley Board to share that and maybe have a presentation. I'll work with the staff to do so. So that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Roten?
Whoops. Yeah, just a couple things to share. On October 6th, I attended the Eastville State of the City. It was a grand event. They have a huge food taste of Eastville, I think they call it, afterwards, and it's pretty amazing. So, but it was interesting. So when you walked into the State of the City, you got a wristband. If you had a wristband, all the food was free. If you didn't have a wristband, you ended up having to pay, because my understanding is the chamber actually sponsored all the food. So it was very well attended, both the State of the City and the food portion. Lots of good things going on there. So I also was glad to see the Master Gardener and Western Saturday, I don't know, I'm calling them the Saturday Symposiums. That is not what they're called officially. They were started back up on the 8th, and this one was create a colorful habitat garden with low water needs. So it was just fit right into everything, and those are very interesting, I think, and they move right along. There's lots of great information. I was happy to be able to attend that virtually. On the 13th, that second Thursday of the month is always crazy for me. So Good Morning Riverside starts out in the morning, and Mayor Locke Dawson was the main speaker, and UCR was a sponsor. And I think they introduced their new, yes, they did. They introduced their new leadership Riverside class, of which our Kevin Mascaro is part of. So that was cool to see that we have a representative going through that course. And they all say that they're the best class. So of course, this is the best class of 2023. So, and then on that day as well, at noontime, Michael Hadley accompanied me to the Jurupa Valley Chamber luncheon, and we tag teamed, although he was most of the team, gave a presentation on Western and solved the water crisis. We even touched on the Delta Conveyance Project, and we had representation there from JCSD and RCSD, and which was great because those are the local suppliers for the city of Jurupa Valley, the ones that actually send out the bills and, do all that fun stuff. So the audience was extremely engaged, and I don't think it was just me, like when you're a proud mom and you think your kids are great. I don't think it was just me. There was definitely a feel in the room. There were some good questions, good interaction, a lot of interest, and so I was just happy to be a part of that and very thankful for Michael's expertise and presentation skills. He's got a great demeanor for doing that, and so that was good. And then just one more thing I wanted to share, not really water related, but Jurupa Valley held its very first Dia de los Muertos event this past Saturday at Rancho Jurupa Park, and it was huge. And lots of participants, vendors and things in it, and stage presentations. They had a whole arena brought in, but lots and lots of community showed. And, going back in my history, our community has wanted to have one of those events for years. And Reach Out is the nonprofit organization that works in our city to facilitate the Healthy Jurupa Valley initiative. And this was really a Reach Out event. And it had some components of Healthy Jurupa Valley, and the city was involved kind of in the background. But I have to give the kudos to Reach Out. They just really did a great job. So I'm excited to see it, and hopefully that'll be an annual event. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. And just to point with your comment, we had a presentation down at the city of Marietta last night too. It's not to be confused. It's the Day of the Dead. It's a celebration of life, actually. It's not really what it sounds like. Not to be confused with Halloween, which some people think that is a confusion. It's not to be confused with Halloween. It's generally on November 1st, it's to celebrate the life of children that have been lost. And on the 2nd, it's adults. Most people combine it onto the 1st, at least in my experience, that's been that way. So, but yeah, it's very widely celebrated at this point. And we had people that showed up prepared in full dress.
Yes.
To talk about the event that's happening down in the Southland here coming up in a couple of days. So
I think the Disney movie Coco really brought it out into the general public and explained in just such a neat way through that story what it was about, and I'm sure there was probably some poetic license in there, I'm just guessing, but I know for me, I love that movie. And
Yeah.
I love all the colors of it and the meaning of it and all of it. So it's cool to see that more and more people are learning about those traditions.
yeah, no, and that's a great point. Probably a lot more people are familiar with that. It's something I grew up with, so it's something that my family recognized. My grandmother was very large into that, and making sure that was a tradition with the family. So, in any case, okay. Director Gardner.
Thank you. I also attended Good Morning Riverside, and with all due respect to Mr. Mascaro, the class of 2022 is not the best class ever. It is the best class of 2022-23, but 2005 was the best class ever.
At Poly High School, too.
I did attend the STEP VIP luncheon. That's the whole series of STEAM programs. It's sponsored by Bournes Engineering, and they are reaching kids starting in fourth grade. Seems to be really the key spot to interest children in looking at the various STEM disciplines as a potential field for them. And it goes all the way up through high school and into college. But it's primarily
Middle school.
it's primarily elementary, junior high, and high school. And good program. Western was a sponsor. Couple of Western folk were there for the event, and I hope we do it again next year. As was pointed out at our last meeting, this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Got my pink. And I as the husband of a 21-year survivor, this is something that is important to me, and early detection is a key. So everybody, guys get it too, not as much as women do by any means, but it's important to do your exams, get your exams. So go do that and stay healthy.
Thank you. Director Torres.
Sure. Thank you for sharing. I also attended Temescal Valley's MAC meeting. Director Rizvi was gracious enough to introduce me in such case that I become the representative. Great meeting. What an engaged crowd, and every topic that was brought up. I also attended the, National Night Out that happened a few weeks ago, and as well as totally just slipped my mind. That's why you all write down notes. That other thing. I did want to bring up, I have received probably, maybe because it's election season, but I've received a ton of complaints about Cajalco and Smith. There's a property, I think, that Metropolitan owns. And I know we can't do much, but if there's some way we can elevate that issue, it just becomes so bad that I guess there are transients living there now, and the residents are really feeling, and so since we are the closest thing to Metropolitan, they continue to call me, so I don't know if that's something Director Dennstead can elevate or staff could elevate, just.
We took a call yesterday from a member of the public, and Paul Rug passed them on to the real estate folks at Metropolitan.
Okay.
And we will do what we can.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was, and then, and so I really appreciate that. And other than that, the only other update is, I was going to announce, but yeah, Riverside will be having, Tamale Festival, that's but they will be having their Dia de los Muertos event, and I hope everyone will. I planned to wear my Catrina outfit on the 2nd, and then I remembered it was a board meeting day, so I probably won't be doing that. But it's nice to hear that you are all engaged in something that is a very, very special, celebration. So otherwise, happy Wednesday.
Okay. I attended the City of Wildemar State of the City Address, and Towards the end, it was just a tad emotional because the mayor, Ben Benoit, is going to be leaving, and he's running for auditor controller for the county. So that was his last state of the city. So it was very well attended. They had some great food that was offered from a lot of the local establishments. And so that was just a hugely attended event with a lot of the adjoining cities as well showing up for that. Temecula, Marietta, Canyon Lake, Lake Elsinore, they were all there. So really, really good turnout for him. Attended the Chamber's Legislative Summit this last week, so that was a great event. And got some updates on those issues. And then, before anybody calls me a traitor, I did go to Eastern's open house. I did have pictures taken of me with directors over there, so full disclosure, I'm self-reporting my violation, okay? There it is. But one of the things that I took notice, and the reason that I really wanted to attend that event, was to see how well it was attended and how many people attended that from the public, and it was hugely attended. There was a very large turnout of crowd. They gave away a lot of promo devices and a lot of different goodies and things, and I took samples myself just to share with staff to say this really moved and this really didn't. So we can hopefully get back to doing our open house where we took over the parking lot on a weekend and brought the trucks out and staff participated, and we got to show off a lot of our skilled staff and what they do and share all that with the community. So really looking forward to having that event sometime in the near future as well. And
April 2023.
perfect.
The 12th?
Perfect.
April 2023 is where it's slated right now.
I said the 12th.
Oh.
Perfect. So really glad to hear that. And like I said, I think they were really surprised at the turnout that they had. So great event. And then I had a question specifically about Master Gardeners. Are they planning on going back to in-person in the building here anytime soon? Is that something, because
We'll have to talk to them. They've had such amazing attendance virtually, record setting. So I think they're kind of loving that format, but we'll have to talk to them, see what their plans are.
yeah, the only thing about that format is that they don't get to bring in some of the demonstration stuff. You kind of miss that on the virtual when they talked about certain things, especially the butterfly gardens and things like that, where they actually brought in things and told you how you can do that yourself and showed you the various different stages.
We'll ask.
So it's just kind of a curiosity question, because I know I've attended a number of those over the years here at this building, so they've been well received by the public. And then just a special note, just to go along with my colleague and what he said about breast cancer awareness, thank you everybody for wearing your pink. So we appreciate that and appreciate the recognition and appreciate the fact that a majority of this board is hopefully taking care of their health and doing what they're supposed to be doing to safeguard themselves for early detection. So, and really pleased that my colleague at the end is celebrating the 21 years of survival success on early detection. So kudos for that. Okay, that is all I have to report today. Moving on to requests for future agenda items. Okay, hearing none. We have information items that you can peruse through the packet at your leisure. We do have a closed session scheduled for today. Legal counsel, did you want to go ahead and read us in on that?
Yes, we'll be discussing conference with legal counsel regarding a potential or significant exposure to liability.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we'll go ahead and go into closed session. And for those of you that decide to drop off the call or leave, our next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Wednesday, November the 2nd. And we will move into closed session. God, something just Zoom, do I need to do a roll call? Okay. All right. You're good? Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have returned from closed session with legal counsel. Legal counsel, if you could please give us a report on that closed session item.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board met in closed session to discuss the one item that was listed on the agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, Mr. Miller, is there any business left pending before this board to act upon today before we adjourn this meeting, sir?
We are concluded from staff side.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call the meeting adjourned. Thank you for your attendance
Didn't need to
today.
do roll call.
No, I think we're good.
All right.
Oh, do we need to do roll call? Do you need to know who's here? Okay.